G'day. How are you doing, you dunce? Now I need... Hello. How are we? I don't know where the Tangier thing is, but it should have been there. Let's test some stuff out. It is. And the good thing, like the great thing about this is if I'm over here and let's say we pop open this, alright?
Hopefully Mr. Grumpy Pants is in a better mood.
Well, I've had proper sleep. I've been able to do things. I'm much better. Thank you for asking, Mars. It was... That mech suit was supposed to only survive like 5 or 6 days. It was not like... By the 7th day it was aching. Still no hair, exactly. But... You see, now, if I'm talking about something to do with the code, I can just, like, point to it and stuff. You know? Just, like, right here is the transparency bit. There. There it is. Voila! Also point with your tongue. I could. I'm not going to. Hello, Chapel. How are you? That mech suit is in the shop, and it's gonna be there for like a month or 2 at this rate. Exactly. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. No attention at all. Anyway, I need to test something because Tangier wasn't going off. Hello, how are you? Oh, hello, how are you? So...
Hey, this is Tangia Dan, one of the developers at Tangia.
Cool.
If you can hear me, then it's working. If not, make sure you turn on monitor output for your Tangia browser source.
I just wanted to make sure that would work. Did you all hear that? Hi, Tangia Dan. What's up, Sonic? How are you doing? Sammy, you're already late? Gee, what is this? Welcome to my neighborhood. Good stuff. Funny stuff. Can't wait for my mug. They're good. Coffee tastes so much better out of this mug. Hello, Camilos. How are you doing? Welcome back in. Still waiting for that inverted Gadun mug so we can read it here on stream. How are you after the subathon? Mentally, a lot better. I'm still exhausted, but mentally, I am in a much better place. That was starting to have a severe impact.
And there was much rejoicing.
Oh, Camilos was there for that. Don't worry. And it wasn't a threat. I was just telling people what would happen, and then I followed through. Pagoli's unbanned. Don't worry. I unbanned Pagoli very soon after that. What's going on, H-Chives? Justice for Pagoli? Never. What up, Holy? How are you doing? Does Pagoli know that, though? Pagoli will find out. You look at my past messages, I literally wrote the same thing. Well, what we're going to do today is I'm going to start setting up like state machine stuff for interactables and whatnot. I am. It's a good game so far. I need to start working on interactable state machines and whatnot. Found his limit at 8 days. I think that day would have gone a lot better if I had have gotten more than like 4 hours sleep. No, there isn't, H-Ives. No, there isn't. Has the video come along? It's going to be coming on a lot better soon. So the new stream times are going to be like now, 7 a.m. my time, through to midday, so 5 hours. And then midday to 5 p.m., I'm going to be making shorts, doing actual YouTube videos, going out and getting some exercise, cleaning, cooking, that kind of stuff. Do all of that in the 5 hour, in that midday to 5 p.m. sort of thing. And then stream 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Right, so we're still doing 10 hours of streaming a day, but I've got that 5 hour block in the middle where I can do better stuff. Like I can do more stuff sort of thing. Because it's very hard to record a YouTube video at like 8 p.m. at night. You don't want to record YouTube videos and be noisy before 7 a.m. and after 8 p.m. That's just inconsiderate of your neighbors, you know? Yeah, it also means that if I need to go to the dentist, like if I wake up with a toothache, I can go to the dentist that afternoon sort of thing. Or if I'm not feeling well, I can go to the doctor that afternoon sort of thing. You know, I don't have to wait until my next day off, or I don't have to take the entire day off sort of thing. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good balance. And it also means I can do this 7 days a week now. Oh, what? What? Yeah. Now I am the one who streams 7 days, Cavino. We switched. We flipped. Yeah. Oh, now I'm the loser. Exactly. That's the thing. That's the thing as well, Sonic. There will be times where I take like one of those 2 blocks off or something. So, for example, once a month there's an indie game dev meetup in Melbourne, and that's usually on a Tuesday night. So, you know, I might take that Tuesday night off each month. I'll take that 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. stream off, and the Wednesday 7 a.m. to midday stream off. But I'll still do like the 7 a.m. to midday on Tuesday and the 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Wednesday sort of thing. So, yeah, I can take one of those blocks here and there if I need it. I'd use GD script or C++ because I'm thinking on what to use. If you're using Godot, you're probably best off to use either GD script or C#, because C++ isn't natively supported as one of the scripting languages. You have to get like a third-party plugin from like the asset library or from GitHub to support that. Unless, of course, you're just going to check out the Godot repository source code and code your game through that. But GD script and C# are the 2 that are natively supported. I'm using GD script at the moment. Once I do know C# and C++ and whatnot. But for this specifically, I'm using GD script. Now that I'm more comfortable with game development in general, though, once this game's finished and I've put this game out, the next game I do will probably be in something that's more C++ based. I'll tell you what, now you listen here, dirty city dweller. I'm more of a rootin' tootin' sharpshooting Texan than you. I bet you don't know your Stetson from a resistor. Here's the question though, Cavino. Here's the question. Does anyone need to know the difference between those? Gotta say it with a southern accent. I am from Australia. I am more southern than anyone in the southern states of America. Alright? So, technically I am speaking with a southern accent. Cowboy hats tell a lot about a person. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I need one. I could pretty much create a cowboy hat out of my facial hair, I reckon. That's what they told me at the store, at least. Did they also sell you snakeskin boots? Do you already have one? I do. I do already have one. That is correct. That is very, very correct. Base date. What up, McGorry? This is the new stream setup, so that now if I need to point to something, I can easily just like, yeah. Oh yeah, so this line here, yeah, this is my NPC base state, this is my player base state, and this is the general state machine. This base state here is what the Bobble NPC and player base state all inherit from. You know? I can do stuff like that. What up, Intrex? All chaps are arseless. I don't know. I've met some chaps that are assholes. Can you make a website with Godot? Yes, you can. Like, technically, yes. Because you can export whatever you make in Godot to a web export. And then you just use that as your website. You can make a 3D website. You can make a regular website just using the 2D canvas node stuff. And then, yeah, just export it to a web export. Use that as your website. What up, Dark? How are you doing? Welcome in. Gonna do that for my game? Fair enough. Just create a website as your game. I'm great now. How are you? I am much better. My mech suit is in the store, getting tuned and fixed and repaired, getting rid of the joints that were starting to wear out. You know, because yeah, the mech suit's ruined at this point. Need it to be like completely swapped out with a new one, I think. Rode off the mech suit with that subathon. It's oof. Hey, those mech suits with their fatly joints. Oh, not fatly joints. It's the joints just needed to be oiled by like the 5th or 6th day, but I didn't oil them because I couldn't. So the joints started to get damaged because there was no oil to help them move. How long was the subathon actually? 8 days, 8 hours, and I don't know how many minutes, so I'm just saying 8 minutes because that sounds good. I know of this great substance that can upgrade mech suits. It may reduce the lifetime of the suits, though. Wouldn't recommend it, actually. Yeah, no. Not gonna. It sounds like my life. And the seconds, we'll say 8 seconds as well. Why not? Faulty joints, not fatly joints. Either way it works. You know. Oh, that's funny. That is very funny. Alright, I need... I need a state machine under here. Oh, damn it, I didn't end it with /. State machine. There we go. You can't spell. That's perfectly fine. You don't need to be able to spell here. Also, you can probably tell I've done some styling over here. There's obviously some things that aren't working right. I don't know why. Maybe we'll fix those at some point as well. This will be... statemachine.gd. And it's going to... No. I wish I was a wizard so I could spell. I think that's the problem, though. I don't think wizards can spell. Yeah, that's why they have this whole made up system of writing for all of their spells. And they call them spells so that they don't feel bad about spelling. Yeah. What are state machines? They are machines with states. Yep. Mind-blowing, I know. When you learn that, it's like, oh my god. A state machine is a machine with states. Yeah. But that's literally what they are. It's just some code that changes what state it's in. Like, so based on what state it's in, depends on how it, like, what code's getting executed and such. In other software than games, are they called workflows? No. Because a workflow is generally, like, it's something that flows. Like, you got one direction that it flows most of the time. A state machine's just interchange. Like, I'll show you the character one. So the player state machine has a bunch of states that the player can be in. And the player states are things like idle, running, walking. You can have an interacting. You can have a jumping, a crouching. You can have a melee attack, a throw, all that kind of stuff. And then based on what the player's doing and what the player's input in, you just swap between these states. So if the player's not doing anything, character's in the idle state. It just stands there with the idle animation. When they start walking, it switches into the walk state. when in my case, when the player goes to place something on a shell, it goes into the placing state. Yeah, it just swaps around based on what's going on. Bro resetted his hair points and added it all on int. Straight up philosophy. Damn right. Damn right. Who needs hair when you can have brains? You know? I see some people out there with huge hair, like fancy hair. You do not matter in the slightest. And that's exactly right. That's for those people. People who don't have brains need hair. Exactly. They'll have like this huge, amazing hair, but that's just generally to cover up the fact that they're making themselves look better because it distracts from the conversation. Was the hair consuming your brain power? No, but it was taking more and more processing power to actually render it. You know? So I figure if I get rid of it, that's some processing power I get back. Fake news, I have hair. I forget what the other thing was. True. What about the people who have brains and hair? The people that have brains and hair generally have like moderate, normal hair. You know, they're not walking around with like a rainbow-colored mohawk or something. You know, people walking around with like hairstyle coming out of Yu-Gi-Oh. No. Do you wear wigs? No. Like a bard mage. But never a war sorcerer and stuff. Will you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? I still love that clip. Greatest interview of all time. Oh god. God damn it, there we go. So in here, add, when you wear wig? I have Satic. With a lack of hair right now, it probably is your best opportunity to try some wigs. But why would I? Like, what's the long-term point? I spend money getting a wig. And then what? Content. But this is supposed to be game dev streaming, not variety streaming. Let's do let's do stocked. Held. Interacting. Let's be game dev variety. I was wondering, do I want to split it out into primary and secondary interact? I think I do. Because if I do that, then I can I do that, I can start to set up like different key bindings within those states that do different things as well. What up, White Blue? How are you? Okay. That's something I need to do, actually. How can I open... I need to be able to open a hidden... Say NeoVim, open hidden folder. Jesus Christ. I'm not going through this. I'm not setting that stuff up. Day 5735 of not liking large pixel art projects. That's fair. That's very, very fair. Let's see, how to include specific hidden file folder. Now, this is NeoTree, which isn't what I'm using. Believe LazyVim is using it. God damn it. Talk about bright. Telescope, find files, hidden true. What if I just do LazyVim? I think LazyVim will probably be better. So I do need to do this. Okay. You can press AH to extend the search to also show hidden files. Okay, so I'm in here. I don't see how that works. Because A's changing to insert. Or over here it changes to add. How's game dev going? It's going good. Going good. I really don't like that. If you have Telescope Picker open, you can press AH to extend the search file. See here. Also that and Telescope Prompt Insert Mode or question mark in Prompt Normal Mode. Should also show variable key maps for the picker. Okay. Okay, so over here. That's not... Because I can't just do... A's going to do that. And if I'm up here, I can't just do that. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see if there's something under here. Toggle hidden. Okay, there we are. Beautiful. Beautiful. Much better. So I just needed to space, backspace, shift H. Okay. So one thing I want to know, we have a look here. There's all this stuff in the tile bar. Tile bar inner. So title bar inner has a transparent background. There's something going over the top of it. It's the title bar. There's the app container. Okay, so we're at the sidebar toggle. All right, let's give this a background color. No, not you. God damn it! Trying to find this one thing. Because like it should be on top. Like these should be on top. What up, Gabriel? We in the div win. We are. I'm annoyed that this isn't showing what's up here. It was showing yesterday. But now for some reason it's not. So I'm not exactly sure what's happening. Okay, that doesn't work either. And that doesn't work either. It's like there's something on top. For some reason, it doesn't display properly. Oh, what up, Tricky? How are you? Like, I don't know why all of those are being hidden. It seems like the object that's like for all of this stuff sits over the top of all of this. Which is very annoying. Sober and kicking, fair enough. What's important is how they reacted. Tricky. If they immediately reacted by getting angry instead of going, oh, no, mistakes happen, then it's, yeah, not worth it. Not worth feeling bad about at that point. Why? Why does that title bar not want to appear? Like, very annoying. So it's not going to be the title bar. It's got to be this, right? No. This doesn't make any sense. Background color, border colors, color. Like, if that's the case, why aren't they... Tab header space, Why? Why? What up, Giddy? How are you? Also, instead of drinking, lifting up all the time was up, what? They sound like one of the nice ones. Why? That's how it should always be. Jesus Christ. Z-index 99. Look at that. Look at that. See? Look at that. Much better. Much better when you have the things that are supposed to be on top. Be on top. You know. Officially made my first project in Godot. A clicker game. Nice. Nice. Clicker games are good. Cavino can tell you all about them. Sidebar toggle button. I think I see what's happening here. Background color. Let's see, what if we change that? No. It doesn't do anything. They are interesting until you get bored after about 200 to 300 clicks and start to think about what to implement next and realizing this is shit. Yeah. That's sort of the same with everything though. You start with a simple implementation and then you add stuff on top of that. So you have like your core mechanic for a clicker game, clicking, and then you add things on top of that. You know? In my opinion, a clicker game should essentially be an idle game. You start out, you do some clicking, and then you move on to automated clicking through unlocks. And then the automated clicking starts racking up stuff, so you do other stuff while the automated clicking's going on, and occasionally you just increase things over time. Yeah. So yeah. I don't know why. Why is this still behind everything. I was thinking to have auto click and have enemies to try to attack your clickable object. And you need your mouse to fight them off or shoot at them. Interesting. So it kind of becomes a sort of like a clicker tower defense sort of thing. Why are you big and in the middle? I mean, I said like 15 times last week that this is what it was going to be like moving forward, so. I'm trying something new. I've been ignoring that question because it's like I'm just trying something new. Like it's perfectly fine. It's not like I'm accidentally in this position. The head has returned, David. The head has indeed returned. Let me pin a message? No. Nothing needs to be pinned. I do need to remove that that mech suit from the store. That is something that needs to be done. Why? Why don't you do what I want you to do? You. Mod left. What's the mod left doing? Okie dokie. Okie dokie indeed. Nah, I'm just gonna ignore. That's all. I should probably do that too. Yeah. Also, where's my mod icons? There we go. There we go. I don't know why my mod icons weren't showing up. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you? What's going on, Okie? Why? Why is this? What? Where the fuck is this button? Why don't you show? It's right there. I know it's there. I know it's there. Why is its Z index not showing? It's not the background color of that hiding it. Sweepy as always. That's fair. That's very, very fair. I understand that. What about you? No. Doesn't matter what your Z index is. It can do anything. This is the strangest layout for HTML I've ever seen. I feel it's overcomplicating things. Like by having these overlapping this top bar and having this overlapping this top bar. It's like, just let me like stop overlapping elements. um uh, even if I try to redefine these, they don't work. I think it needs to be defined in like an MD file somewhere, which is weird. I don't understand defining colors in a MD file. But all I want is for this icon here to be on top of everything else. I know it's there because if I get rid of this background color that I'm setting, it's there. So I don't know what's covering it. It's not you. You're not covering it. My only assumption is that this is somehow blocking it. But this is a child of it, so it should be rendered on top of it. Right? Right? I don't get it. Making sense. Get it? I don't get it. Where is it? Where's the button? Why can't I? Div menu. So why isn't this button? Why is this button? Sidebar toggle button. I've given it the same Z index of 99. And even if I change its Z index to be 100, 1000, so that it's higher than this, still doesn't do anything. Hmm. Why? Why? I don't get it. Screw it. Whatever. Not gonna worry about it. Not worrying about it. Back to the important things. So we're gonna have these states here. Which means for an interactable, I'm going to need to set up a state machine, which will have that. What up, Kai? Why am I bald? Because of the subathon. The subathon made me bald. State machine. So state machine does have an initial state. Which means I need to go up into enums. We need to go into states. There you go. So we do have a held state. We need a stocked state. We need a primary interact state. And a secondary interact state. And I can probably do instead of... Okay, so we do have placing. That's fine. I don't need those. Don't know why I need that. Don't need that. Don't need dance. Keep fall for the time being. So what we have... Primary, secondary, we can have opening. How was your days off? My days off were good. So we can have opening, which will be for when you're like opening a bobble shop and stuff, or opening a bobble box, stuff like that. Well rested. I mean, I'm rested. Not sure if you would call it well rested, but I'm certainly rested. Yeah. Yeah. I was, yeah. So, read that one already, Giddy. Already read it. Okay. Now we've got you set up. Let's think. Let's think. Take from shelf. We have place on shelf. We have moving. Primary and secondary interaction. That's all fine for interactable. We need to go here. We need to go through all of our interactables now. Every single one of them. Ah, now actually, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a problem. I've just realized as well I need to change some font stuff. Because there's two fonts that you can set up down here. This one here, I need to change it to a bold. Terminus nerd font bold. That'd be better. Rested low. What? well, debt sir. Well, debt sir. What is debt sir? I'm trying to understand that sentence. It has me a little bit confused. You're from Pakistan, Slay? Fair enough. I don't know what you want me to do with that information. Welcome in. Let's see here. Let's go interactable. So I'll need to add a state machine. I need to copy you. To there. Oops. So we'll need to do that. Now the issue I'm gonna have is underneath here on Bobble. You get rid of you. Because Bobble inherits interactable, and interactable is now defining the base state. And then let's just start with the furniture delivery for now, because what that's gonna need is some of these, which I should probably
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Woot. Where do you download your fonts from? Google Fonts. They're nerd fonts. I'll show you what they are in a second. So if you go to... If you just search for nerd fonts, you'll get this one here, nerdfonts.com. And it's just all these different ones. So if you go to downloads, you've got all of these different fonts here. And so there's the Ubuntu one, there's the Terminus one, there's the Symbols nerd font, which gives you like these like audio microphone symbols and stuff like that. You've got some Roboto ones. You've got the other one I use a lot. The other one I use a lot is this OX Proto. But they've got a ton. They've got a ton. They've got some pixel fonts in here as well, like Big Blue Term, and Departure. They've got Gohu. They've got fonts for pretty much anything. They also have a open dyslexic nerd font as well, so it's always good. Let's add... Actually, shit. I need to finish this. Extends base state. Excellent. Add a base... No, not a base state. Held. No, because I haven't given it a class name. Let's do this. Can't hear. Forgot to charge headset. Well, what up, Razor? How are you doing? I'm from the earth. Well rested backwards. G'day, you dunt. We have held. We have primary interact. Secondary interact. What else was there? Stocked. I guess I can create one that's just idle. And what idle will do for this? Create new script. There we go. What type of node is the state machine node? Just node 3D. It's not even that. It's just a node. So these white circles here, that indicates that it's just a node. And a node is the base of a lot of stuff. Okay, so it's this one here. It's just a node class, and that's what node 3D stuff like that. Node 3D, canvas item, canvas layer, navigation agent, 2D, timer, all this stuff inherits node. And if you go into like canvas item, that's when you have control and node 2D. So node is like the most base object that you would want to go. Object is kind of the base of everything in Godot. So object is what everything inherits from, nothing inherits. Like, object doesn't inherit anything else. You've got node, which is like the base you would go. And then you've got like all of your default global stuff, like your audio server, your input map, engine, you got your time, all this kind of stuff. You would also use resource, which I don't think resource is... No, so yeah, ref counted is the other thing. So ref counted and node are on the same level, and then resource inherits ref counted, because every resource you create will be ref counted. And that just means that automatically, once it's no longer referenced, it's cleaned up by the engine. How was the subathon? It was good. It went for a long time. Ugh. Horrible. Went for so long. So long. You'll be... I think I also want to create another one, which will be base interactable states. Now this one here. You're welcome for the 1 to 2 hours I added to the time. Which set of 1 to 2 hours are you referring to? I feel you added a lot. Base interactable state. Okay. We want to do variable of interactable I can't do that though. I would need to do this because they're using the same state machine as up here, and state machine is going to set child character to the parent of the state machine. So, I mean, an interactable is technically, if you want to get real technical, 700 bits is 1.3 hours. That's true. That is true. Yeah. I'm never making the mistake of doing an unlimited subathon again. Instead, I will do a limited subathon in which there will be goals that chat needs to hit within that time frame. And maybe it's based on a goal. Like I keep streaming until I complete a game, you know? So like the next time I do it, if there's some new hard game that's come out, like a new Souls-like or something, maybe I play that. Maybe I just keep streaming until I finish that. And then I can set things up like 5 or more gifted subs, and I'm not allowed to attack, or I'm not allowed to defend or something for like 30 seconds. Yeah. Alright, so we do character interactable. I'll do var. No, func ready. We go. State is held. That's right, I need to go over here before I can do that. Primary interact. Yeah, we start to set up this type of stuff. What do you mean you can't find it? Is it base interactable state? What up, Oculus? That's right. That's right. I am back bigger and better. Primarily so that I can do stuff like point at the code here. So now when I'm talking about something, I can actually, point to what I'm talking about. And and be like, see this error here? I haven't read those errors yet. Could not find base class. Yep. So I can like point to the different spots and be like, oh yeah, so you go here, and then in there you'll find your project settings. Has anyone here developed Blazor with something other than VS Code? I have never developed anything other. Like I've never developed anything with Blazor at all. I have very limited experience with ASP.NET because I hate it. Thank you, Cos. Much appreciated. And thank you for the follow. With that follow, you are officially a Gidunt. G'day, you Gidunt. Make sure to tell people. It's the only way to get appreciated for being such a Gidunt. Okay? Everyone must know. Next time you go for an interview, tell them that you're a Gidunt. I guarantee that there is a non-zero chance they will think more highly of you because you said that. That's right. A non-zero chance. Mech suit recharging. Mech shoot's in the shop. Like, oh, that mech suit is almost written off completely. Start putting it on your resume too. Bam, beat him to the punch. I like it. That's cause you are the first Gidunt to give us that. That is a requirement for everyone that becomes a Gidunt from now on. Beat the resume checkers because they aren't expecting such epicness in a resume. Yeah, like the resume checkers are gonna be like, Gidunt. Ooh, this person's cool. Let's put them through. Who cares what their experience is? Hire this person. I've been trying to migrate fully to Linux, but I'm anchored by Visual Studio. Yeah, Visual Studio's crap. Damn Microsoft products. Blazor in VS Code. So you should be able to use the ASP.NET Core Blazor stuff in VS Code. There should be extensions for it. Go away. Yeah, so you should be able to install like a few of these things here, and they should allow you to set up, like, run stuff on Linux using VS Code. Absolutely cray-cray. Damn right, it's absolutely cray-cray. Damn right. Met some Gidunts last night. Lovely to hear. I can, but the squiggly lines mess with my OCD. Write better code then. The squiggly lines are there for a reason, Sonic. Timed that perfectly. Mm-hmm. Secondary interact. Maybe I should Jippity better. Ew. Don't Jippity. The way to Jippity better is to not Jippity and get to the point where you are better than Jippity. That's how you Jippity better. By being better than Jippity. True story. Okay. So I have all of that set up now. I need to add node. Go stocked. Need to add stocked to you. And I also need a primary interact and a secondary interact. NPCs will also be interactables. Because we'll have NPCs come up and be like, excuse me. And then you got to interact with them in order to, you know, discuss what they want to discuss. I am the cursor now, Giddy. I am 100% the cursor. And a cursor. What is that? Oh, that's the area for the, yep, never mind. Ignore my brain. Finally got Linux Mint Cinnamon working. Ooh, nice. Well done. Is this on like an isolated drive, or are you dual booting with different partitions, like, or are you just straight Linux Mint now? No more Windows. No more Windy Owls. Ow. Is it your first? I guess I can do this, which will set up primary interact. And what it'll do, this will basically just emit signals of to what to display. Like what HUD icon stuff to enable. Which I guess we don't need a state for that. It would be easier if we have it as a state. No. I don't want you. Don't want or need. I don't need these either. Easy. Welcome to the Linux world. If this is your first foray into it, unknown artist, I hop around a lot, and I just switched to NixOS full-time over Windows. It's a headache at times, but I love its flexibility. Yeah. Honestly, though, Windows is a headache at times. Like... yeah. Every operating system is a headache at some point in time. I remember, this is going back to like early 2010s. But I was working with someone who had a Mac and it, for some reason, wouldn't boot. And I tried to figure out why it wouldn't boot and I just couldn't figure out why it wouldn't boot. Turns out, it's because the system clock was incorrectly set, so it would get stuck on the Apple logo and never boot into the actual system. And I was like, that is the stupidest reason to not boot into an operating system I have ever heard. Yeah. First time. Right now, only problem with OBS not launching. Where did you install OBS from? Because there's a few places you might have installed it from. There's Snap, there's Flatpak, there's apt, there's OBS directly. And they aren't all the same either. They aren't all the same. Like, if you got the one from apt directly, it's probably a bit outdated. Probably Discover, so Flatpak, yeah. I've never trusted the one from Flatpak. Never trusted it. I just don't know why. Don't like it. It's iffy. I know it's the same thing you can get from the OBS site if you go through adding the OBS PPA to the repo. But for some reason, I just feel Flatpak does some weird stuff in the background. Why are there several OBSs? So you've got the one in Flatpak is maintained by OBS. So OBS put up new builds and stuff to Flatpak. Then there's also the OBS repository, the PPA, that you can add to your repository list and just install from there directly without using Flatpak or anything like that. Snapped. I can't remember if OBS is still on there or who adds it there. G'day, Nujank. How are you? And then there's the operating systems repository, like the Linux Mint repository, the Ubuntu repository, the Debian repository, the Fedora repository, stuff like that. Those are maintained by the operating system itself. So the people that build Linux Mint maintain the package, like keep the packages in that repository. They update those packages and stuff. Like they'll pull updates from OBS and like put them in there, sort of thing. It's not really a like OBS might submit it, but the Linux Mint team will be the ones to like approve it and put it in, sort of thing. I think that's the process for it. And there's, I think the one on Ubuntu, the OBS in Ubuntu's apt repository is out of date. But it doesn't work properly. Dislike it a lot. Not too shabby. Good to hear. Good to hear, Nujank. Idle, it can just do nothing. It just sits there. Held. Is it a init state? It is a init state and cleanup state. Okay. So I think it was just cleanup, wasn't it? Yeah, it was just cleanup. Cool. Cool. So these ones here will, when it goes into the held state, we will disable the interactable colliders. As well as listen for certain stuff. So when it's held, the near bald man returns. How are you doing? I'm doing good, Lupo. Why did that TTS message not work? I know why.
Oh my goodness, the head has returned.
I don't know why there was a break there.
The near bald man returns. How are you doing?
Doing well. Doing well. It's not delayed, it's just the same issue as previous, where stuff has failed to decode an MP3 file for some reason, and it caused the TTS queue to block until I forced it to stop and release. I like the new setup you have. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It allows me to like more easily point to different areas of the screen and whatnot. Like show what I'm talking about if someone has a question about what I'm doing. Yeah. What is that? Why are you there? What is that? If you search for an OBS on Mint by iDroot, you can have multiple ways of setting it up. Honestly, I'd just go with the one from the OBS repository. Or from, like, the OBS project. Like, I'd just do this. That'll be your best. Your best
OMG,
bet.
didn't realize that moustache was that long.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the moustache is huge. The moustache is like 33, like, I think it's over 33 centimeters now. I'll measure it at lunch over my 5-hour break. I'll measure it at lunch, and I'll let you know how long it is. Wish I could do setup things like that, but I'm a PNG tuber. I mean, you can still do it. Like... just more complicated, that's all. So when I hold the delivery box, what do I do?
Have you played 7 Billion Humans?
I have not. I have not. I feel like I'll do something like that if I convert to a VTuber. I was initially going to be a VTuber. But then I just got to a point where I was like, nah, too much hassle. Too much hassle making sure things line up, making sure my camera is high quality enough that it can like capture everything properly. And it's just, there was too many corner cases that I was running into. So then I just decided to go fully upload
It seems
myself.
a fun game. Maybe you can stream it sometime.
Seems to be a fun game. We'll see. We'll see. I've got a lot on my list that I want to play at some point. For example, I've got in October, on October 14th, me and Sninko are going to be doing the co-op of this game, Little Nightmares 3, because it's amazing. Love Little Nightmares. I should probably also, point to the one that I'm talking about. This one here, Little Nightmares 3. And then there's also, God, I'm looking forward to this. It's like a 3D world where everything's pixel. And I don't mean voxel. I mean it's pixel art put in a 3D world. It's real cool. It's really well done. Also, God Save Birmingham. Like, if that's done correctly, if that's done right, that's gonna be like an amazing zombie game. Unfortunately, Subathon did not go on forever. Thankfully. My God. That would have been a nightmare. I do wonder. People that stream 24/7, what do they do if they have to attend a funeral or something? Do they stream at the funeral? Because if they do, if I was someone at that funeral, I'd be like, get that fucking camera out of here before I break it. I would have made it go for longer, but you didn't want me to. Yeah. who streams 24/7. There's a ton of 24/7 streamers. One of the ones that I tune into and lurk in from time to time is High Potential. High Potential's 24/7 streamer. He does like I always forget what it is. It's confusing as stuff. Planetary scientist, terrestrial surface processes, spacecraft mission, and instrument develop. He basically does stuff for NASA, pretty much. But yeah, he streams 24/7. But yeah. Today's stream is a little sad one. We're going to be going to my grandma's funeral, but after we have a hot tub party. I can see that being what some 24/7 streamers would do. Yep. I know Alf Channel is on forever, but it's not an IRL stream. There's a few like that that are just like repeats of stuff. Like the Bob Ross stream is just repeats of Bob Ross painting show 24/7 sort of thing. Just Logan Paul if there's a funeral. True. This one here can switch states. State idle. That's the kind of thing we want to do. And then like secondary interact and primary interact are already handled by this stuff. So like primary interact switches into that, at which point we can start doing this stuff. So I can move this into Otter. Good day, you fantastic, beautiful Gadunts. How goes the beard, Otter? I mean, the game. How goes the game, Otter? Welcome in, y'all. I'm back, bigger than ever. It is good. The beard is great. Good to hear. Good to hear. Did you say beer? Beard. I mean, I had some beer yesterday. What up, Symbol? How are you? Thank you for the follow, too. Much appreciated. Congrats on being a Gadunt. Officially, a Gadunt. This might be the coolest idea for a webcam display I've ever seen. Thank you. Much appreciated. The reason why I've changed to this is because if anyone has a question, about what I'm doing, I can just point. You know, this is why I'm doing this. And that hooks in to this. You know? It's a lot easier for me to communicate with chat. When, like, especially if chat's trying to explain something to me, I can be like, are you talking about this part? And then they can say yes or no. And then we, you know. Can you point to my screen? I can point to you. You know, you can do that. Sorry, Mr. Stream. Mustache is on point. Yes, it is. Hello, Booyah. How are you doing? Not really on board with this, with the new position of the floating head. Well, get on board, Symbol. What up, Nim? How do you know where you are or where we are? I don't need to know where you are. Yeah. Technically, you're everywhere for me.
That's true. Make an effect as you talk it will be converting to code. How cool would that be?
Oh, God. Nope. That's too much. Too much going on the screen at that point. Thank you for the follow, too. For all of our new Gedunts, you need to make sure that you introduce yourself to people as Gedunts. We had someone before say that they're going to bypass the whole introducing themselves to potential employers as Gedunts and just put it on their resume. So, you know, if you want to be an amazing Gedunt, list it on your resume. Otherwise, just tell people. Always struggle with where to put my webcam to not block stuff. So, webcam. Monitor 2 with chat and whatnot. Monitor 1 with code and game engine. And microphone.
You will be seeing this face in your dreams at Solid Plasma.
Yep. Yep. You will. Everyone sees this in their dreams. It's I can't help it. That's what happens when you're a figment of everyone's imagination. Okay? Planning to stream pixel art eventually. Yeah, pixel art's fun. It's a good thing to stream. But yes, welcome in all. Welcome in. I'm just updating some stuff. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. Like, I don't know. If it weren't for the glitching, it'd be like you were being reflected in the monitor. So, the reason I'm glitching is because there was some issues with uploading myself. And now I've just got some data corruption here and there. I've tried to resolve the data corruption, that just can't. I can't find it. I can confirm you are in my dreams. Thank you for being in my nightmares. No. Thank you for accepting me into your nightmares.
Get uploaded.
Calling it the strong bad effect. And I hope someone gets that reference.
He is being uploaded to our memories.
Are you... When you say strong bad, are you talking about Trogdor type stuff? Like that strong bad? Yes? Good. Alright, good. He checks the email. Every day he hopes it's from a female. Aw, not from a female. Off to feed the doggos, fair enough. Otter, make sure you give them all the pats from me. Okay? Morning, Mike. How are you doing? Clips will be much easier to edit. That's the thing that's going to be interesting.
People with swords are intimidating.
People with swords do have a point. But you get it. You get it. Got to bounce, but I love it here. So, lurk. Thank you very much for the lurk. Much appreciated, Plasma. Now, remember all, I have changed my stream times. If you go to the schedule page on Twitch, you will see the new stream times. So, we've got another 3 hours of this segment. So, 7 a.m. to midday. And then I take midday to 5 p.m. off, where I get some exercise, do some YouTube video stuff, do some short editing, have lunch, have dinner, clean the house a bit, all that kind of stuff. And then we do 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and we keep going.
What's that at
with
an
this.
unknown artist?
Figured out that it is really easy to make homemade queso.
Wee woo wee woo wee oh. Wow 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 wow. Woo woo wow.
That. It's spelled with one S, but it's a Mexican cheese dip. Spanish word for cheese, but in the US, it typically refers to a hot cheese dip.
Don't be cheesy.
I think you mean don't be queso. Actually, that just means don't be cheese. Don't be queso-y. I don't know.
International Math Olympiad 2025 will be held in Australia.
Damn right it will be. I don't know what that is, so. Something doesn't smell right. That must be the blue cheese.
Don't be Casioso.
Casioso. You mean Casioso? Ah, I thought it would have been. Casioso. Like that. I mean, yeah, that works. There you go. Since, like, queso is cheese.
Casioso for females.
Right. Honestly, I'm just gonna call it cheese. Yeah. That'll be easier for my brain.
Don't be cheese.
Well, now, depending on how you say it.
Have you eaten Tvorog?
Tvorog? No. No, I haven't. I've never even heard that word before. Spanish gender's a trick. Should just learn German instead. Yes.
Don't be cheese.
That's what I'm doing.
UWU.
So drop, I want to take these. There we go. Ow. The hell is that used?
Not sure what to have for a meal. Maybe some cheese now that we're speaking about it.
Maybe some cheese. Maybe some cheese. You know what I haven't got set up yet either? I don't have words on stream. I got it. Don't show it again. There we go.
Headme has gender, doesn't it?
HDMI. Well, I mean, it depends on which part of the connector you're talking about, because you've got male and female. Yeah. It's hilarious how one mention of cheese makes the entire chat talk about cheese. Artist. The only reason I have a chair TTS is because one day chat was absolutely obsessed with chairs. Like, ridiculously obsessed. What conversation did you just join? A standard conversation for my chat, you know? So cheese TTS? No. No, because if I do that, then I'm going to have to create a mouse TTS. And if I do that, I'm going to have to create a cat TTS. And if I do that, I'm going to end up just having like an entire Warner Brothers cast.
You joined a very cheesy conversation, LUL.
Oh god. Oh god. Just break the cycle and start with
when taking photos.
I can't do a Chuck Norris TTS. My overlay is like cannot handle that. You know? You said that like it wouldn't be fun. Makes the look like they're smiling. What?
What type of cheese is made backwards? Edam.
That's correct. That's correct. It's very, 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 very true. I need to do something quickly.
Let's not talk about cheese.
Let's go here. Mute that. Go into here. Now, and do this. Twitch doesn't have, or Kick doesn't have a very good auto mod set up at the moment.
What did the cheese say when it looked in the mirror? Hello, me.
Hello, me. I like that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. You gotta save this stuff for Dad Joke Saturday. Come on. God, cheeseophobia. Really?
I consume kefir every day.
Tisk. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
How do you handle dangerous cheese? Carefully.
Really? Not hard cheese though, too fat. Alright. I need to throw up these words. I can probably also adjust this now too. Boom. Yeah. We got ads coming in shortly. I need to BRB for a second though. So, I'll be back momentarily.
Fatty.
What's a cheese's favorite music genre? Rin-free. At the age of 65, my grandma started walking 10 kilometers a day. She's 92 now and we have no idea where she is.
Alright, I'm back.
Are you disgusted by cheese holes?
I mean, sometimes.
Trypophobia.
Why do I keep doing that? Let's do this. I don't think this banned words thing is doing anything. Yeah.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Alright. We'll pause this. Turn it off. Turn that off. Beautiful. Beautiful. I gotta tell you, it feels weird being out of the mech suit now. Like, just in general. Not used to it. I got too used to being in a mech suit again. Horrible. Ugh. So when this is stocked, not that long ago, I learned that people in Poland don't have flavored sparkling water. I mean, that's fair. I never really liked flavored sparkling water. I'm much more of a, like, just having sparkling water. Nothing else. Like, just carbonated water type thing. You don't really need the flavor. If you want to have something that's flavored and bubbly, just have a soft drink. This is where it's going to get confusing, because under shelf, we have this, which is like the place item and stuff. So you got like primary interaction, which gets the interactable place held object. Sparkling water is big in some places. I know. But it doesn't mean it's good. Muting to watch a tutorial on NeoVim back in 3 to 4 days. Fair enough, Sammy. Thank you for the lurk. Sparkling water usually is healthier, especially if you get spindrift. Then just drink sparkling water. Like, don't add chemicals to it. Like, if you really want to, just like put some lemon in there. Just get a lemon and squeeze that into it, and that's it. But don't go adding flavorings and like artificial flavorings and crap. You remind me of the Wizard of Oz right now. I am Australian, and my beard and mustache does shout wizard. Okay. Spindrift uses all natural flavors from the actual fruit. Then why buy it? Why not just get the actual fruit and just squeeze the juice into it? Like... Less work. It's cheaper though.
Shouts more noom.
Shouts more gnome. What? 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 Let's see. Alright. I get it at Costco, so I'm pretty sure it's cheaper to get the box of like 50 cans.
Have you seen gnomes? How big is their beard and stuff? Not a wizard, but a gnome.
A gnome's beard? I don't know. Like, it's generally like a couple centimeters long. Like, it's enough to be a full beard, but not like one of those people that look like they are trying to have a beard, but they don't want to have a full beard because they want to try and look cool still. You know? It's not like one of those. It's more full than that. Yeah, so you're being an optimist. Yeah, it's going to take you a lot longer than 3 to 4 days, Sammy. But good luck. I wish you luck. Three minutes into that video and decided I probably don't need Neovim. Lies. Everyone needs Neovim. Everyone. Get that Neovim running. Do it now. So this primary interaction here. I'm wondering if I have the shelf have a primary interaction. Or if I just
Your
have...
beard must have protein from your hands.
No. No, it doesn't. I'm trying to decide if I keep the primary interaction on shelf, like if I leave the shelf as an interactable, or when the player is holding an object, the primary interaction is from that object. And then the object's primary interaction, like the interactable's primary interaction, will go, are we looking at a shelf? If we are, place on this shelf. If we're not, drop. I just came back into you stroking your beard. That and floating head make you look like an album cover. That's true. It would be a very bad album because of how terrible I am at making music. But as long as the cover's good, people might still buy it. You know?
Anyone is participating in any game jams?
No, I'm not participating in any game jams until this game is finished. No, I would be a... What? I don't know what you mean. Oh. I think I do want the primary interaction to be triggered from the thing you're holding. So you pick up something, but then I'd have to get rid of the... How far along's this game? It's at the point where I'm trying to decide the best way to move forward. So we've got a lot of stuff implemented. You can order things from the PC. You can place furniture and move furniture. You can...
I will be honest, I don't know what is your game.
You can place stock on the shelves. You can take stock from the shelf. You can open the bobblehead mystery boxes. You can sell the mystery boxes or the bobbleheads to NPCs. But the problem is we've got all of that basic stuff implemented. We've got the base mechanics implemented. And now it's a matter of, all right, now that we've got that implemented, how can we rework some bits and pieces to
I see
open
that's
it
why
up?
you were playing that card DARP game.
That's one. So, like, how can we open this up to be, like, to add more interactions, to allow the player to do more things when they're holding stuff or when they're looking at things and all that kind of stuff. So there's going to be, I think there's going to be a bit of rework to do. So we'll need to get rid of the We'll need to get rid of the radial menu, I think, because I think that's too limiting. Like, there's not enough information that we can put in the radial menu for all the different types of interactions that we will have. Interesting. And yeah, I'm gonna have to switch some stuff around, I think. Oh, nice, is back to a floating head. That's right, I am. Yeah. I was playing the playing Card Shop Simulator, so I could get I could see how they were doing things and what the different mechanics they had implemented and stuff were, and that's why I'm gonna have more things to implement in mine. So, for instance, at the moment, for my game, when you go to put the mystery baubles onto a shelf, they all go on the shelf at once. And there's no way to put them back into the box. Like, you can't unstock a shelf or anything like that. So I need to add that functionality in. Haven't been active the last few weeks, living an alternate lifestyle in a second run of Red Dead 2 to escape my existence as a paid programmer. That's fair. That's very, very fair. Would have been even funnier if wasn't Ed. But does Ed work mid-sentence? No. No, they're channel commands, so the exclamation, like the command has to be the first thing.
Why can't I talk mid-sentence?
Because that's not how it works. Like how do you differentiate an exclamation in the middle of a sentence from an actual command?
I want to interrupt people mid-sentence.
Oh no. Like, the TTS plays one at a time. We're not... I'm not having people cut off other people mid-sentence. That's... you don't just run it all as commands. What could go wrong? Exactly. What could go wrong if you just pass the entire message as a bunch of commands? Nothing could go wrong. Not at all. Symbol, thank you very much for the resub. You fantastic. Get done to you. I feel that was loud. Maybe it was just for me that it was loud. No. But that seemed loud. Just to make sure you don't miss anything, flip string and pass it again. That's very true. That's very true. That is a sick goat.
Chance of people typing. Mid-sentence is low, so it seems feasible to me.
But it's not, is it? It's like people use exclamation points to, like, emphasize stuff. Or if someone's just talking about, oh yeah, so the way you do stuff is you do this command and then followed by whatever input, that would no longer work. Like, that would just get interpreted as a command at that point. And then you have issues, you know? And also exclamation isn't the only command bit. But you can specify the command character to be whatever you want. So you could have the command character be a full stop. You could have it be a forward slash. You could have it be a single quote. You could have it be an @ symbol, like whatever. It's up to you. Did you see the new Humble Bundle books, the pop culture cooking books? Might be good for a cooking stream. I'm not sure I'm doing a cooking stream again. Unless it's for like some sort of special event. But yeah, I'm not that good at cooking. Vanilla slice is very easy to make. Very easy. Never mind, it's not. That took time. Yeah, that would have taken a lot of time, Curious.
Unless the concern is people will abuse it, anything is possible as far as CMDS are concerned, right?
No. No. Commands have to be the first word. At the
I
start
have
of the
difficulty
message.
eating pasta at 10 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds PM. No, it is not 10 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds PM.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Is it only that exact second? Like, are you fine eating pasta at 10:59:58 and at 11 PM? Is it just that 1 second that you have difficulty? Have you seen the news relating to Grok this week? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Quite funny. It's almost like that's what happens to every single chatbot ever. It's almost like you don't want to train a chatbot on everything in existence.
GPT Pro is 202.
Alright, so I think I need to set up. Actually, let me make sure that I've got these set. Get rid of those. Idle.
595959595959.
They seem to lie too often now.
I mean, that's just normal. They always lie. That's why they're a chatbot, not a fact
As long
bot.
as we have Ed, everything will be fine.
That's true. That's true. They've always been questionable when it comes to facts. Yeah. And the reason is because of temperature. Like, the fact that they have made chatbots to appear more human, which requires
Can
them
someone
to ignore
explain
facts.
this? For me, the current temp outside is 64. Someone has the AC on to 62. Are they crazy?
Well, that is, like, very, very, very hot. So, I don't, like, you can't really call it air conditioning at that point. It's just the heater. That's the heater running. Of course they're talking Celsius. Who would come in? Who would come in to an Australian stream and start talking about Fahrenheit? Who would do that? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. He's growing more powerful. He's taking up more of the screen now. Damn right. Damn Right.
Okay, 17C.
Ah, okay. 17C is nice. 17C is nice. There we are. That's set up. Need to...
But the aircon is turned on to 15C. Just open the windows, LUL.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no reason to have any kind of aircon or heater on at that temperature. There's purposefully being shit at that point. Soon there will only be mustache? Nah, never. His head swelled because he did a 9-day stream. Yeah. UK has the heat wave, 30 degrees C this weekend. No wind, no clouds, high humidity.
Such people either.
Home's not built to deal with these temps. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, there's...
Should I tell them they are dumb?
I mean, go for it. Tell them that I said they're dumb. No point to reason with such people either. That's true. That's true. But yeah, it's funny that we build houses to withstand certain type of temperature. What up, Elm? How are you?
PogChamp, then am I PogChamp?
No. No. If you eat the PogChamp, then all you are is full. That's it. You're full and no longer hungry. Yeah.
I think they want hypothermia.
At 15 degrees Celsius, they're not going to get hypothermia. They're just wasting money. Right now, 17 degrees. Next week, we get 39 degrees, 4 days straight. I think what was... Yeah, Darwin. Darwin, they have some, I guess you would say, okay winter. Like, that's their winter. That is their winter. Like, their UV index in winter is very high. I am in Melbourne. Lupo.
How do I become PogChamp? Because if I am the PogChamp, I will no longer be Big Sad.
You can't become PogChamp. Sorry. But yeah, in Darwin, they don't get a break from the UV. They don't get a break from the sun at all. At least everywhere else gets a break from the sun. You know? Winters are cold summers and hot over here. What up, Vongo? How are you? How goes things? Why in the middle of the screen? Why not? If I do that, so I need to move it so that the interactables. Oh, Bob, have a good weekend. Have a good one, Lupo. Good night. I love you. Good night. So I would need to set it up so that the item you're holding would be what the primary interact would trigger. Shelves would not be interactables. That would just be shelves, basically. And that would have no primary interaction or anything like that. I would need to get rid of the radial menu. The flies are trying to stream my queso, or steam my queso. Right. How are they trying to steam your queso? How are flies trying to steam your cheese? What? That's a confusing sentence, artist. Oh, steal. Okay. Yep. That makes sense. All right, so let's think of it this way. The player can stock stuff on shelves. If they are holding a box, the box needs to be open in order for the shelf, in order for the contents to be stocked on the shelf. If it's not, then they drop the box. So like they press E, or I guess I could have it that E picks up and drops. Oh, this is going to be a big rework. Because we've got interact and interact secondary, which means I would need to have a interact. Well, I'd need to have a pickup drop. We need to have a pickup drop. We'd need to have a open close. Something other than Fahrenheit exists. How inefficient. How do you know what freezing is? 0. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna get rid of that. And then we're going to do pick up, drop, and open, close.
What you looking at, giant head?
I'm not looking at anything. No lag.
Have you ever used LeetCode?
No. Not really. Not really at all. Yep. You got lag? Refresh the screen. That's all you need to do. But have a look at mine. I got 2 seconds to me. 2-second round trip. Do I want that? I don't think I do. Did you see the clip? I mean, I can see the clip. And I know what the clip is. So, you know. Okay, so I have the primary interact. Okie dokie. Okie dokie do. If we go player base state. And you see how we have this.
Rocker tasty.
I need that to be an LF. And I need to take those 5, pop them under here. If the event is input event mouse motion, then we can do that and then just return out because don't need to do anything else. Rocker tasty. Do you mean rock is tasty or rocks are tasty? Like, yeah, that's the other thing I need to do. Completely forgot to do this morning. Okay, apparently chroma key doesn't want to work. Huh. How very interesting. Why does chroma key
Interesting.
not work? OBS seems to be having problems with a chroma key. That's weird. You do not matter in the slightest. super weird. Oh my god, fucking type in the window that I have selected. Window, live Godot overlay. Make that very small. By going to filters, and I add a chroma key, have it set to green, it does nothing. I think OBS has a bug. Oh. Wait. Whoops. This is weird. OBS is being weird. If I have a color key and a chroma key, it works. What? That doesn't make that's not right. That's not right.
You should try eating rocks sometime. Rock are tasty.
Why? What? Okay, this is weird. Look at OBS being real odd. Why, OBS? Why do you change such a basic thing to be shit?
Hua.
No, come back, you bastard. I was testing you.
Test.
Okay. Now you stay there for a minute. Whatever. How long did it take until you got Twitch affiliate? What was it? 24? 12 days? I want to say 12 days. I want to say 12. Yeah. June 24th was the first day I started streaming last year. and July 5th last year was when I got affiliate. Why is Steve Jobs not a command? Why the fuck would it be? That's the most random thing ever. Oh, God. Oh, that's funny. Why the flip would it not be? Because we like to be original here. Alright? Original. Never, under any circumstances, take a sleeping pill and a laxative on the same night. That's true. It's very, very true. That's just great life advice there, Mike. Great life advice. You don't want to know, artist. You do not want to know how they learned that. Gonna need to see evidence as to why this is a bad idea. I mean, you can test it out yourself, curious. And then you'll have first-hand evidence. BRB, no worries. Okay. Okay, so if you're happy and you know it, it's your meds. What if I'm not having any meds? What if I don't take any meds, but I'm still happy and I know it? So we have the holding an object. We emit primary interaction on that object. In the held state, okay. In here, primary interaction can go state machine, current state, primary interaction, welcome back, artist. And in here, we do the same thing.
I am thinking about dyeing my hair like my PFP.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Why not? Do it. Do it. You won't do it. You're scared. You're scared. You know you want to, so just do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. I do be scared. Alright, so primary interact triggers primary interaction. So what we can do is for an interactable that is idle, primary interaction, secondary interaction will be let's see, init state. I don't think we need to do anything for you. What up, Jordster? How are you? Welcome in. And be brave and do it. You're +9. I don't want people to think that I'm emo. Generally, if someone's gonna dye their hair half orange, half pink, they're not the kind of person that really cares about what other people think. They're generally doing it for, like, their own personal kind of statement and whatnot. They're not too worried about other people being like, oh my god, that's weird. Oh my god, that person's an emo. You know? You know? Also, another counterpoint to you. Another counterpoint. Who cares what other people think? You know? Like, if I'm walking down the street and someone's like, haha, you're bald, I could just go, yeah, so, what? What's your point? I had coins in my hand, so I was like, ah, shit, fair enough. What? I was dying for some non-water milk. So sadly, I bought £2.92 litre. It's like $4, god damn it. What up, Hunter? How are you doing? You use that bald head to shine light directly into
Brain
their
very
eyes.
confused with time change on schedule. Brian doesn't know what day it is because I was basing it off you.
Blinding them to your greatness. Brain very confused. Well, so 7 a.m. to midday, Goose. Like, that's regular streaming time. So you shouldn't be confused right now, because right now is my normal stream time. They meant brain artist. We'll keep Brian well informed, don't worry. But yeah. I need to set up a function for primary interaction. And what this will do in idle is it will go character hold. Now change this to pick up idle. But there was no you yesterday. Yesterday I was just taking off because I needed a couple
I am
days.
a boy and IDK if it be zesty for boys to dye their hair.
Okay. Are you starting to feel the spaghetti or still in control? I'm still in control. Still in control. I'm just cleaning stuff up at the moment, reworking things so that I can add more stuff with less complexity. So there's that. So pick up idle isn't going to care about that. We can go pick up stocked, which will take those, pop them down here, and then copy those four, pop them down there. Yeah. And it also means up here, well, not here. Oh my god. Go to this. Good, ad break coming in. Finally was able to install Hyperland on Ubuntu on a MSFT Surface. What a trip. Yeah, I can't imagine it's going to be stable. I imagine Hyperland's going to get an update for something that Ubuntu doesn't update for like 6 months. Anyway, we got ads coming in, so let's pop this up. Let's do some words. Interesting. You're not able to hear that, are you? Why aren't you able to hear it? Very interesting. Bam. Beers. I don't know why you're not able to hear that. You should be able to, but you can't. Tax. Cyst. Acts. Appalling. Absolutely appalling. That's something I could try.
Meow 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 meow. Tail is going to pick it up soon after breakfast.
Okay, have fun. Do that. Turn that off. Okay. I'm still here. Just gotta refresh.
Have you seen Russian cursive?
A little bit, yeah. Jeez, it's way behind, isn't it?
How do you even read it?
Well, I mean, I assume you would have to understand Russian first. After that, I imagine it'd be fairly simple. Oh, epic. Nice. Didn't even give us the last padlock. Jeez. Rude. Alright. Turn that off.
And there was much rejoicing.
I like how delayed that is. The fuck is a pickaxe? Do you not know what a
The
pickaxe
ad banner is behind words. Why? How did you do this?
Do you not know what a pickaxe is?
Fun fact of the day. The interrobang was a combo of the and the, so that you would not have to.
Yeah. Yeah. The interrobang is the exclamative question. What the hell are you doing? Would use the interrobang. Yeah. But yeah, that's a pickaxe. Yeah, it's got the T shape. It's what miners, like gold diggers and such, like gold rush days, would use to find gold, as well as other things. You know, it's used in Minecraft too. The other word was spelled pickaxe. Yeah, it's the same thing. Like, it's just a different way of spelling it. A pick, especially with one end of the head pointed and the other head chisel-like. Yeah. alternative spelling of pickaxe. It's just different spelling. Because you've got axe, A-X, and it's an alternative spelling of axe, A-X-E. What's the difference between axe and axe? Axe is more common, both in the US and elsewhere. See.
PogChamp, 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 PogChamp.
Shut up. So, if Noah Webster had had his way, the spelling divide would have been as it is with colour and colour, theatre and theatre, and draft and draft. He defined axe in his 1828 An American Dictionary of the English Language and included the note improperly written as axe. This was in direct defiance of Samuel Johnson's 1755 A Dictionary of the English Language, which wasted no ink on the shorter form, but included only axe. So yeah. They are both correct spellings. I found out about the word because speech to text failed me, but ended up not. Yeah. Cheapskates and wordage. What? I was like, wait, where'd Hypno go? And then faintly see your giant face on the screen through the white background. Yep. What about color and color? Color and color is just two different spellings, the same thing. Similar to theater and theater. Or center and center. Or meter and meter. Yeah, color with the U is correct. Yeah. Favor with the U is correct. Yeah. Shouldn't we optimize? No. A letter is a byte, but that level of optimization is not needed. If you're sending a string across a network and you're worried about a single byte, like because of network bandwidth, you're running some 1980s internet right there. You need to get on modern day internet. There's better things to optimize. More important things to optimize that have bigger impacts. Yep. I've been discovered. My max bandwidth is half a byte. Well, you're not sending anything over a network anyway. Have you seen my delay? I'd assume it's somewhere in the range of instantaneous and never being received. Your delay is somewhere in there. Bro is using the ball plan. Is using the bell plan. Okay. I can take these and go into here and do init state. Character get parent. Global rotation. What's I doing in here? So in idle, we do that. Character hold the primary interaction. There is no secondary interaction. Well, actually, no, there will be. It's going to be character. Ooh, no. Well, for things that you can hold.
Don't eat people unless they're really annoying.
True. True. Very, very true. This here, I'm going to duplicate you, but it's going to be idle. Container.
I have eaten 12,934,053 people.
Idle container and idle item. As we can do. So for things like mystery box,
Idle.
you would be idle container. Bubble box, you would be idle container. Large mystery box, idle container. Furniture delivery box, idle container. And then when we add things like the repair kits that you can put out, those aren't containers, but they will be stockable on things. As well as, because the bobblehead has its own idle because it can move around and whatnot. So it's got its own idle state. Which I probably need to rework I need to rework the bobblehead anyway because it's not a state machine. It'll be a behavior tree. So I'm not worried about the bobblehead at this point. Good night. I love you. Good night, artist. Have a good one. Idle item as that. Idle container. We'll do secondary interaction. Why did you put that in there? There was no need to do that. Character open box or open container. Or just open. Just open. Jeez, just open. That's all it needs to do. Just open. Down here. We can do open. I don't need to do this at all. Get rid of you. And I can take those 4, pop them in there. State machine, current state. Secondary interaction. You, we can change to is open. I can get rid of those as well. Because I'm going to rework those. I'm going to have the box actually open. So that's something we'll do tonight, is we'll actually so like when I jump on stream tonight, we'll start reworking the 3D models for the boxes so that they have an armature so that they can like actually open up, sort of thing. Yeah. That'll be the best way. That's the best way. Ooh, my hands are cold. Why? I mean, I know why, duh. Just saying. Just saying. This is the way. Yeah. It'd be much better to do it that way, I reckon. It also means we can get rid of those. Place on shelf. Get rid of that. Take from shelf. So that will be for the stocked state. It will instead be cleanup, character stocked false, and we'll do primary interaction will be signals actually no, get parent, switch state, because if it's no longer stocked, for primary interaction, if it will change to enum's state held. For secondary interaction, it'll change to idle. Like we'll have to take the item off the shelf. No, but we'll be holding a box for that one. So we don't need to do anything for the secondary state of this. Or for the secondary interaction of this, because you would be holding a box and you'll be working off of the interaction for the box. Yeah. And the box will allow us to repack things off the shelf as the secondary interaction. So primary interaction for the box, when it's closed, will drop. When it's open, will be to unpack if you're looking at the shelf, otherwise drop. If you're holding the box and it's closed, secondary interaction will open it. If it's open and you're holding it, secondary interaction will be to take an item off the shelf if you're looking at it and repack it in the box. If you're not looking at a shelf and it's open, secondary interact will be to close it. Yes. All right. So I don't think I need anything else for an interactable when the interactable is stocked. Because yeah, it's basically if it's stocked, you pick it up or you do nothing. There will also need to be a check on the shelf, but we can do that. Do that at another point. Yep, so held triggers that. And clean up triggers that. Beautiful, beautiful. I think the other thing I need to do when it's stocked, let's open up shelf. So we don't need to do item place on shelf. Take from shelf, we don't need to worry about. There was somewhere that was setting collision shapes. Or like, yeah, collisions to be disabled and stuff. There it is. Pickup. So pickup sets collision to be disabled. But then there's also Pickup has new parent. Where do you get called from? You don't. You don't get called at all. Interesting. So you have pick up idle, pick up stocked. So let's go through this. Primary interaction switches state to held when it's stocked. And we also want to do, actually, want to do, oops, character pick up stocked. And idle container does character pick up idle. Pick up idle. And held does an init state and a cleanup state. Do primary interaction and secondary interaction. All right, what's next? This primary interaction for you, when it's held, needs to. For now, we'll just do character drop and secondary. I think we need to do the same thing with held, where we duplicate it to be held item. We rename you to be held container. I remember you were waiting for Squid Game Season 3. Was it to your liking? I haven't seen Season 3 yet. I've seen Season 2. But I haven't seen Season 3. I need to get on that. I'm interested to see what Alice in Borderlands Season 3 is like. And that comes out September. That'll be interesting. Because as far as I'm aware, the manga and we went up to like the end of the second season sort of thing, it didn't cover the Joker card. So it'll be interesting to see what the TV show does with the Joker card. Let me set my sonar for that then. So yeah, that'll be interesting. I forgot they existed. I'm just gonna mute. No spoilers. Love season 1. Oh no, I'm not giving away any spoilers for season 1 and 2. I'm just saying it'll be interesting because season 3 goes past where the manga went to, sort of thing. So they have no source material for season 3. So I'm interested to see how they do it. Usually when they go off source material, it like goes downhill rapidly. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Like Game of Thrones, yeah, like Game of Thrones, like everything ever. The problem with Game of Thrones, though, Curious, the problem with that is they did get given all of the main plot points that George Martin had kind of planned out for the final books. So they did have something to work off of. It was just the details they didn't have. So they also binned quite a number of book subplots. Yes, they did. Still broken knowing how much of a dirty they did. Asian stuff usually does not fail that badly. Usually. They were allegedly offered 10 seasons, but wanted to bring it to a close. Yeah, makes sense, because I will say it was starting to drag on a bit. But yeah. It dragged, and dragged, and dragged, and kept dragging. You will be a held container. 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 Okay. So a held container, do secondary interaction. Character open. I remember watching the first 2 seasons on a weekend. I love those shows. I love those very slow moving first seasons. Never even heard about it. Good times. That's the thing. I had heard of Game of Thrones, but I didn't start watching it until like the 3rd or 4th season. So I started watching season 1 when the 3rd or 4th season was being aired. Because I was like, yeah, I don't trust. I'm not gonna watch a show just because it's hyped up. It's just because a show is popular doesn't mean I'm going to enjoy it. So I watched some of the trailers and I was like, maybe I'll get to it sometime. We'll see. I wasn't that interested. And then there was a point where I had nothing to watch. I had nothing to watch. I'd watched everything else that I wanted to watch. So I was like, I guess I'll give it a try. And then I started watching it and I was like, this is a good show. This is a good show. There was a time when protagonists didn't die. What was it? The line from Epic Rap Battles when it's George R.R. Martin versus Tolkien, and Tolkien's like, it's fantasy. It's not supposed to be realistic. Like, so your characters actually dying randomly is realistic. That's not fantasy. Character open. Character draw. In here, I need to have a... handle for when player is looking at shelf. Oh, God damn it, no. There needs to be so many different states for this stuff. Because I don't want to be like, if it's a mystery bobble box, do this. If it's a delivery box, a furniture delivery box, do this. I don't want to do that. So I kind of want to... How could I set that up? How could I set it up so that... Because the secondary interaction is the important part. It can't just be character open if it's a container. Wait, it could be. Handle for when player is looking at shelf. Actually, no. Player looking at shelf should pack item on shelf. Use the anim sheet for a fire function. What? If container is empty. But that's the thing, Razor. There's too many different setups. So, for example, it's not just... Like, there's different types of containers. So, the mystery bobble box is a container that can be opened because that has a bobble head in it. Whereas a box that contains... like a delivery box that contains items to go on a shelf, that can be opened, that can be closed, you can unstock the contents of it, you can restock the box with contents. all that sort of stuff. So I can't just have a held container do all of those things, because somewhere along the line I would have to have an if, like an if else if series of statements checking if it's this type of container, if it's this type of container, if it's this type of container. Whereas I'd rather, if I'm doing a state machine, have a state machine for the mystery bubble box, or have a held state for the mystery bubble box that implements the specifics for the mystery bubble box. So then I don't have to worry about having this huge if else if tree. If action has objected to no. Now again, right? That's pretty much just the same as doing an if else if tree. Like, instead of doing an if else if, you're creating this huge dictionary and you're looking up by key. It's nah. It would be cleaner. It would be cleaner if I just had a state, like a held state that handles the specific functionality for the mystery bubble box, rather than having a held state which could have 14 different implementations. A state machine is basically that, yes, but there's a difference between having a state machine, which is essentially an if-else, which contains another if-else, which contains another if-else, which contains another if-else, versus having a state machine that is an if-else, which is specific to that situation. Like, so if the player is looking at the shelf, should pack the item on the shelf if container is empty. The mystery bubble box could be an item, though. The mystery bubble box is really the only corner case for this, to be honest. Finally swept and came back to the almost original form. Correct, Escamina. We can do attach functioning to an object. Could use groups to define the possible actions. So many possibilities. There's so many possibilities, Razor, but the ones you're suggesting are the over-engineered ones. Those are too engineered for what I need. You're thinking of like a much larger situation than what I'm implementing for. So I don't need to go down the route of that sort of over-engineered aspect for my stuff. I'm just going to keep it simple. And keep it simple, not worrying about implementing a bunch of generic implementations and whatnot. Don't need to. So container. So if we're looking at the shelf, should pack item on shelf if container is empty or item is same type as contents. So that way we're not packing different things. Best is subjective, which is perfectly fine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what? Container open. Close container. Otherwise, this. So this will be the default. By default, it will open. So I'll need to put these in. These are the specific things that we need to handle for unpacking and packing a delivery box. However, so the stock functionality I think I have a way I can trim this a bit too. Why make a system that is easy to reason about when you can stack function pointers 5 deep just to change who superficially owns behavior? But yeah, it also comes down to what you're more comfortable with. Like, I know for a fact that if I tried to make things more generic, I would end up making the code more confusing for myself to understand. Just because I don't document stuff that much. So, you know, so for this to work, I would need to set up something on the player to detect the shelf as a separate thing from an interactable, because currently it detects the shelf as an interactable. Which I guess is fine still. Because on the player state, we're basically saying when we do this primary interaction, check if we're holding an object first. If we're holding an object, run its thing, which is what this situation will be. So it would essentially be if the game state player interactable. Ooh, actually, it's game state player shelf. I can go into here. I can go shelf. Like so. Down here, where we do our raycast interactable. Down here, if we're colliding with an interaction, that sets up the interactions. Shelf equals collider if collider is shelf, else null. So now under here we have that. We know if we're looking at a shelf. basically. What up, Dreth? And then we need another one in here that's like, you know, if checks if the box is empty and whatnot. Need to add a check for if box is empty or the shelf contents matches the box contents. Alright, and down here we do character pack item. Every time I leave and come back, I get jump scared by a new cam. Good. Good. That's what I want. I want people to get jump scared. How do you keep forgetting? I don't know. I don't know. Did you hit your head recently? That could be it. Never know. Too much time with the mech suit, I think. Very true. Very, very, very true. I could even fix things up with the player a bit, I reckon. I think because with the player, I could put the player into a state for when they are holding something. So put them into a holding state. And then in the holding state, that checks for a shelf rather than an interactable. Like it's doing a raycast specifically for a shelf than it is an interactable. They put planned obsolescence into my mech suit. It's only 25 years old, but works if it's been 60. That just means you haven't been taking it in for the mandatory tune-ups. Yeah. That's all. You've got to take it in for the tune-ups. If you don't take it in for the tune-ups, then, yeah, it's going to wear out a lot faster. Nobody told me. I didn't get a brochure. I mean, that's because the last few... Like, it's supposed to be like a self-sustaining thing where the previous versions of mech suits tell the newer versions of mech suits, hey, this is what you should be doing. Like, this is how you do it. You gotta take care of your mech suit. You gotta get it serviced. You gotta like go to the doctor, make sure that it's all working properly. If it's not, get it fixed. Okay. Unfortunately, somewhere in the last couple generations, the older generations of mech suits have not been telling the newer generations of mech suits about that stuff. So something's gone wrong with the mech suit code. You know? I like to hear you. You say a lot of words, and many I don't even know. Damn old mech suits. Damn previous generations. But at the same time, the previous generations are like, well, we thought it was common sense. Like, do you not have common sense? And then the newer generations are like, you didn't teach us common sense. Yep. True story. True story. If character is open, then we can do... The reason why I'm doing character as well is because I need to inherit from base state, which has character. Just because Bobblehead is both a character that's going to have a behavior tree, as well as an item on the shelf, which does this. Don't blame the older generations, blame TV that changed from Power Rangers to Peppa Pig. That's true. It's very, very true. Every time I open YouTube, it's another video of someone calling out Pirate Software. Yeah, honestly, at this point in time, it feels like people are just piling on for the sake of piling on. Like, no one's bringing, like, oh, there's very few people that are actually bringing anything new to the conversation. They're just rehashing the same stuff that, like, the top 5 people have already said. Like, at some point, it's just, yeah, there's just no point. You're just doing it to get some views off of the drama. It's... Move on. Move on. We get it. We get it. He's done some shit stuff. Let's move on to something that's actually important, shall we? Let's not focus on someone else's ego too much. Yeah. Yeah. But at the same time, like, what does that add? Like, I hadn't even thought about Notch until that. Like, all it does is adds fuel to the fire. Notch is someone I had not thought about for years until he put up that Twitter post. And then it's like, okay, so you've come out of nowhere. Last I remember is the One House tour with Candy Room. Didn't he go silent for a while after going on some racist rant? I don't know. I don't pay attention to these things. Like, it would be great if people could just move on. Alright? We get it. Everyone knows Pirate Software has an ego. Everyone knows that he can't apologize for whatever reason. Who cares? There's more important stuff to talk about. Can we move on? I want something different on my YouTube feed. I guess we see less new things out because everyone's relying on AI to do stuff. Maybe. We need more Data Zoo videos, to be fair. Less drama. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well. I was expecting you to talk about Pewd's newfound hobbies. I mean, what is there to say? Like, there's a lot bigger Linux people on YouTube and Twitch that have already talked about it in depth. not really anything that I can add. He stumbled upon software engineering or what? Not so much software engineering. Like, he's very much tinkering, yes. And he's creating some simple stuff using like libraries and open stuff that's out there for him to use. Yeah. What he's doing is cool. Give him a year and he will code. That's the thing. I can see him. I can see him doing that. I can see him getting into like some aspect of coding. I can't see him doing like full systems engineer kind of coding, like building a whole thing from the ground up sort of thing. I can see him doing coding at the point of like to the level of a web dev, a modern day web dev, where he's just using libraries from all over the place and like putting them together and coding the middle bits, the scripts and stuff. Yeah. So I can see him doing that. I can see him doing that purely because he did say in one of his videos that like it's stuff that he can do with his kids as they're growing up sort of thing. And it would make sense for him to get into that side of things because then he can teach his kids some like scripting and whatnot, and then they can be better with computers when they get older as a result. So it kind of makes sense to get into it a little bit. But yeah. It'll be interesting to say the least.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads are over. We've got to start thinking who will succeed Linus. I think Linus has already, like, picked someone, hasn't he? Or like he's got someone that's been part of the, like, that's been contributing to the Linux kernel for a long, long time. And has been for like a few decades at least. And he's kind of like, all right, I trust you with it. I've been working with you for decades. I know what you like. I know what your standards are. I know that we share the same sort of ideals and whatnot. You're the person I'd be comfortable leaving the kernel in the hands of. As the primary Linux kernel maintainer sort of thing. Linus is only 55. Yeah. So? Doesn't mean he has to keep working until he's 70. Like... Because Linus doesn't just deal with the Linux kernel. Like, Linus deals with a whole bunch of other stuff. He's, like, constantly going out and doing talks. He's got Git as well that he deals with. I think he still deals with it. There's the Linux kernel and, like, all of the things that get integrated to that. Like, he's a busy person. If he can't continue to be a... if he can't continue the standards of like the primary maintainer of the Linux kernel, then he would need to hand it off to someone that can. He could still be part of the Linux kernel, just at like less capacity. Like, is not the primary maintainer, but someone that's still a maintainer to some degree. Bro will need a 386 and Emacs only. One that will succeed in must be free from the chains of owning stuff, like when you become a monk. Linus is the kind of guy who would reincarnate just to keep doing his job. I mean, yeah. But there's a difference between would and can. Like, he can't do that, so he needs to look to the future. He needs to have something in place for when he's no longer able to do this. Like, exactly. Correct, Curious. At 55, you expect everyone to have decades longer. Doesn't mean they will. Would does not equal can. That's would does not equal can. Talk about a good merch idea. Also, bro wants to live life eventually, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's exactly what that kind of comes back to the whole PewDiePie thing. Like, he hasn't dropped off. He's retired. He's doing what he wants to do. Like, he's just messing around with whatever he wants because he has the freedom to. I would imagine at some point Linus would want to do the same thing. Just go, all right, I'm done. I'm going to go have fun. I'm going to go enjoy life. I will still do like code maintenance and whatnot on the Linux kernel and on Git and whatnot, but just in a limited capacity. It'll just be an every now and then thing. He's doing what I'd love to do. Yeah. Very true. Very, very true. Let's see. Ooh, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. You fantastic gedunt. Make sure to tell people that you're a gedunt. Whether it's family, friends, a cop, your doctor the next time they're asking you to cough, whoever. Yeah, just tell them. Yeah. It's a good thing. Gedunt stands for good C word. Just don't tell people that you use Arch, Sonic. That's all. Just don't tell people. I don't know, Curious. I do not know. I've forgotten what OS I'm using. All I know is that it's running Hyperland. That's it. I Kubuntu my way in life. Fair. I'm wondering if I set up furniture which has moving. Actually, no, because moving is used for... This is used for the things that are not interactables. Or not furniture. Used to disable interactables. Stocked interactables. On moving furniture. Used to toggle. Collision. For stocked interactables on moving furniture. What else is good usable solution? What? Oh, alcoholic drinks. Got ya. Got ya. Yep. I'm caught up now. It is clearly Windows 11 with WSL. Yuck. Ubuntu and Rocky some stuff up. It's Linux all the way. Places where you must have Windows. So I remember my last job. My last job that I had before I started streaming was contract web dev. And I don't think they wanted people to use Linux. I don't think they wanted that. But I just kind of went, you know what? I'm going to bring my own laptop and it's going to have Linux on it. And, I mean, no one ever came up to me and said, hey, you're not allowed to use Linux or anything like that. I would assume that they would have been able to detect that I was running Linux from, like, the IT security implementations and whatnot. You know, detect what type of OpenVPN client I'm connecting from, whether it was the Windows build or the Linux build or the Mac build and all that kind of stuff. But no, they had no idea that there was some random Linux machine connecting to their network 5 days a week. They did not care in the slightest. You think IT cares enough? I mean, the security side does. But yeah, no one gave a shit. No one ever came up to me and told me not to. I was like, alright, sweet. I guess I'm going to keep doing it. Done. In IT school, I used Samba to replace Windows Domain back in the day when we needed to do Windows Server training stuff. Nice. Nice. You probably looked like a small rogue server. I mean, that implies that they actually knew that I was connecting. Like, I don't think they had any idea that it was from some Linux machine. I think they were just, yep, this person's logged in. Doesn't matter what device it's from, they've logged in. Right now, if you need to access work on a Linux machine, I have to request the client package for the VPN. I never did. I remember what I had to do was I had to install just regular OpenVPN, and then I had to log into the company's like OpenVPN thingamajig. And instead of downloading the client, which came with all of the VPN configs and such for Windows, I just downloaded the OVPN file itself and then just used that through my OpenVPN installation. Simple. Very easy. Didn't need to do anything else. A few months before that, I could boot from my stick and use school computers, but then they locked down the BIOS. Yeah, locking down the BIOS, yep. Because if you can get an OVPN file, you don't need anything else. The OVPN file says everything that it needs, where it's connecting, what encryption it's using, what the public key is that it's using to encrypt, so that the receiver can use the private key to decrypt, all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, Very, very easy. Find the default backdoor BIOS. Let's do toggle open. This here, we need to change. Toggle opening. Yeah, cool. So with this setup, I don't need to worry about anything because you'll queue free. And you'll do a primary interaction. Mate, no. Do I need to do primary interaction? I don't think I do. I think I can actually just have it do hold. Oopsie. Whoops. Oopsies. Oopsie doopsie. What? What's an oopsie? What's an oopsie? Screw it. So you can do pick up idle. That's going to be the next thing I need to implement. Will be this. Which I feel this and pick up stocked can be something that exists on base interactable. You know? Something like that. You're an oopsie? Damn right. Damn right I am. I'm the biggest oopsie you will ever see. Oh, what a good stretch. What a good, nice stretch. Ooh. I'm the biggest oopsie you'll ever doopsie. Exactly. Exactly. You don't tell a person they're a mistake. You tell them they're an oopsie. If you're not an oopsie, that means your parents purposefully had you, which is cruel. They looked at the world and thought, let's force a child into this. You gotta remember though, Curious, you gotta remember though, they looked at the world 34 years ago and thought that. Back then, great. Now, not so much. If you have a child now, you're looking at the world now and going, this is a great time. This is a perfect moment in human history. Skill issue. I mean, not everyone can see the future like me. All right. Oh my god, it's beautiful. I know, right, Gabriel? It's so beautiful. Let's bring a floating head into this world. It will change it. I wasn't born a floating head. All right. PvP is too harsh. True. Very, very true. Only the greatest survivalists should be born in Australia. Nah, didn't lose my body to a minor car crash. No. We've been through this. I was malnourished. All right. I wish the goal was more specific. A thin last airbender arrow would be sick. Next time. No. I've already been told that I should do like a God of War Kratos thing, but no. I'm not jacked enough for that. No. He doesn't have a good mustache. No. Your mustache says Bard. Eggman, said and done. Nah. I mean, I could. I would just need to make this so, like, you know, it does the weird, like, flaring sort of thing. That'd be easy enough to do. Dundee is the Aussie God of War. Nah. Dundee doesn't do anything. Right? He deals with animals and that's it. He doesn't. To be a God of War, you have to fight without any reason. Okay? That's their entire thing. Is just waging war for the sake of war. And Dundee doesn't do that. I wonder if one could make more longer lasting glow in the dark with some radium basting. So my ex is a God of War? No. Your ex just sucks. Alright? Will you comb your stash over your ears or tie a bow on your head? I haven't thought about that. I mean, it is getting to the point where I could, like, hook it. Like, hook it down behind the ear a bit, sort of thing. Yeah, like that. But needs to be a bit longer before it's viable. Coming soon. Mustache comb over. Nah, my hair will have grown back by then. Hair will have grown back by then. Ow. Toggle opening. The game is not in a playable state at the moment because I'm refactoring a bunch of stuff. So the game doesn't look like anything currently. The perfect description of how you look right now. If Eggman and Kratos had a child, and then that child role-played Zordon. What the fuck is Zordon? Oh, Power Rangers, right. I keep forgetting. They keep forgetting Zordon's from Power Rangers. That is pretty perfect, though. You are late, David. My goal is to get so many channel points that I can't spend them all. I think gamers already beat you to that. That's where I know you from. You know it.
Bring back mech suit or all chairs riot.
God damn it, gamer. Mech suit won't be coming back for a while. Won't be coming back until, what do you call it? Fucking The Thing. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. Like, I don't know. Hello, how are you? So that's all I need for that. Absolutely cray cray. Correct. You just wake up 7 AM on a Sunday to watch Zordon boss around some good looking teens. Can't say I ever did that, to be honest. Toggle open.
Oops. Hypnotic pooped his pants.
Nah. I'm not wearing any pants. So, it's impossible. You tiny, tiny demon. Ooh, actually. Oh my god, Gamian! Good day, you good dunce. How are you doing? Welcome in. Give us all the details of what you were working on today. Welcome in, you all. I'm currently doing a bunch of reworking of stuff, so it may take a few days before we actually have a game back working. So, yeah. Yeah. I had a great stream fixing bugs in my game. My OBS overlays disappeared, so trying to figure out what happened. Fair. Fair. I'm refactoring all of my interactables to have state machines, because currently they don't have state machines, and the code inside the interactable objects is getting chaotic, to say the least. So I'm refactoring it now to be able to support some better functionality down the track. It'd go if game state player shelf unpack item return, otherwise we drop it. Actually, if there's a shelf and it's open, if it's not open, then you don't want to do anything. You just want to drop it. I guess I could do this a bit better. If the character is not open, then we drop and return. If it is open and they're looking at the shelf, we unpack it. If it is open, actually no, that's right. Yep. I get. Yep. We want to keep it this way. Yep. The reason why we want to keep it this way is because if the player's not looking at a shelf, or the box is not open, we want to drop it. We only want to unpack if the player's looking at the shelf and the box is open. Otherwise, primary interact should always drop the box. Or drop the container. Whereas mystery bubble box can just be an item. No, hang on. The mystery bubble box will have an is open state. No, it won't. No, it won't. Correct, Bucky. Correct. 20-ish minutes. So we'll need to raid into someone. I know who we're going to raid, though. I've already got them picked out. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your heads. And I know it's getting close because I'm getting hungry. So stream just started. How are we already raiding out? As I mentioned like 15 times over the subathon, Corey, or Mike, we're changing the streaming schedule. So I start at the same time as I always have, 7 a.m. Stream for 5 hours until midday. And then I take midday through to 5 p.m. to do YouTube videos, make shorts, do cooking, cleaning, get some exercise, all that kind of stuff. And then I take 5 p.m. and then I stream 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. So around about where I usually ended my stream before is when I'll come back for another 5 hours. Correct, Sonic. You don't have legs. Why do shorts? YouTube shorts. I'm not gonna say TikTok because then you'll be like, but you're not a clock. You're not a clock. Why do you TikTok? Yeah. I've gotta anticipate what silly things chat's gonna say. End stream around 8 AM for me. This section ends at around 8 AM for you. The next section will start at about 1 PM for you and go till 6 PM for you. Yeah. Did you like that, McCory? Did you like the clock thing? I thought you might. I think I might need a specific held for the mystery bowler box. 9:40 PM right now. Your next stream starts at 5 PM. You should be around 3 AM for me. Oh, right. I thought you were saying that it's 8 AM. Like, this section of the stream will end at 8 AM for you. Right. Never mind. I would get to watch you if work didn't block Twitch. I mean, you can always pull me up on your phone. You know? They don't have control over your mobile network, do they? Yeah. You get the confusion, Dark. But I've done worse. Damn right you have. Whoops. Oopsies. Oopsie doopsie. Yep. That's right. Oopsie doopsie indeed. Big oopsie doopsie. Let's see. So, primary interaction for a held container. That's not going to work for a bobble. That's not going to work for a bobble box. Because, the secondary interaction will. Because the secondary interaction will trigger this, which will open the bobble box and transition to a bobble being held by the player. Whereas this, the primary interaction, actually no. This can work. Because I don't need to do this, I just need to keep it similar. I just need to go... No, because the box isn't open. The box isn't open. That's why. You will be true all the time. So that way... Oh shit, because then that's going to break this. Okay. Shit. Bleh. There's got to be a way to do it. Been here for hours trying to add transparency to Hyperland. What do you want to do with transparency in Hyperland? Because I can probably help you with that before we raid out. You've got in here, you've got decoration. Decoration in the Hyperland config is where you specify the border roundings. So, like, these border roundings here, that's what those will be. And then the transparency is these. The active and inactive transparencies. That's going to be your primary window and your second, like, this is my active window, this is inactive. So if I set this to 0.5, you'll notice this is now 50% like 50% opacity. Yeah. So you got that. You can do that. Is that what you've been looking at, Sonic? Are you still there, Sonic? Yes? No? Maybe? Who knows? True. Very, very true. You can explain it to me for no good reason. What's the point? You probably already know it. What's this state machine for this? I'm flattered you think I know anything about Linux. I mean, you do know some things about Linux. For example, you know that it's called Linux. You know who Linus Torvald is. You know what the terminal is. Yeah. You already know things about Linux. Jeez. This is gonna be what I need to think about a bit more. I need to try and get this to work with you. If character can stock. If character can pack. Yeah. Oh, how do you like that? Fucking owned. Yeah. So this one here. think what I need is an export of line item. Yep. And shelf. Needs stocked line item. If used markers size is 0, then we go stocked line item is item line item. And then back in here, this can go return game state player shelf stocked line item equals line item. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now there's gonna be another situation that I need to account for too, which will be the player holding an item and putting it into a box. So it'd have to be if... I'll worry about that. I'll worry about that when we get back. Tonight, for tonight's stream, what we're going to do is we're going to keep going with this. We're going to keep getting this organized. Because there's a lot that needs to go into it. Determines if the interactable can be stocked or can be packed away. So I'll probably have this returned false, and then I'll have this should be overridden. Determines if the item can be stocked on the shelf. Return game state player shelf not null, and there we go. All right. Git commit. Started reworking, not refactoring. All right. Don't call it a refactor. Started reworking the interactables to have a state machine. And the reason why it's reworking and not a refactor is because a state machine doesn't exist for interactables. So we're not refactoring a state machine. We are restructuring and reworking interactables to have a state machine. If the state machine already existed, then it would be a refactor. If you agree with that or not, I don't care. I'm not calling it a refactor. Jeez. I should also... What refactor? I don't know what you're talking about. I should also look at taking this, moving all of this into Obsidian. I should really, really look at that at some point. I think that would be important. I think it'd be very, very important. Now, I think I'm going to still be... I think I'm still going to appear on this. Let's test this out. Let's test. No, credits are busted because of the overlays background and shit. It's annoying as hell. Alright, let's raid out. I will be back in 5 hours. In 5 hours, I'll be back for some more. We'll go see Travis now. Alright. Leave you in the capable hands of a very, very talented C dev making their own game engine and whatnot. Alright. Have fun. I will probably not. Yeah. We already raiding? Hey, you us 3 mins. What? I will start streaming 3 minutes before 5 PM then. Alright? Wait, check this out. What? What am I checking out here? Oh, that should be turned off. I will refund that. I will refund that to you, Carido. Don't worry. Refund incoming. Raid message. Raid message is "G'day, you gadunts." If you don't have the emotes, don't worry about saying anything. Just, you know, like just say "G'day, you gadunts" if you don't have the emotes. Toodles. God damn it, gamer.